Good evening. I am calling this meeting to order. The time is 5:30 p.m. In accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. This meeting is officially open with the quorum present. We will now move to our pledges and then the reading of our Fort Worth ISD mission vision statements, which will be led by our South Hills High School JROTC cadets.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. You may be seated. We will now be going over the Fort Worth ISD mission. The mission is preparing all students for success in college, career, and community leadership. We will now be going over the Fort Worth ISD vision, igniting in every child a passion for learning. Thank you.
Thank you. I will turn it over to Cesar Padilla for our recognitions.
Good evening, President Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent Dr. Ramsey, and trustees. Tonight we have 10 groups to recognize. So at this time, I invite all trustees to come down to greet our guest. Yes. Tonight, we recognize our greeters from the South Hills High School JROTC. These exceptional students embody the spirit of leadership, commitment, and community service that is at the heart of the JROTC program. Please join me in thanking Mariana Guiniga, Nayeli Rodriguez, Dayanara Ponce, Cris Fernandez, and Jasmine Sanchez. Our next group is the mariachi programs from Riverside, Northside, Pascal, and South Hills High Schools. These students performed at the UIL state competition and did an incredible job representing Fort Worth ISD. Riverside earned a first division rating for the first time in school history. Riverside student Marely Arguello and Pascal student Jimena Calderon both earned Outstanding Performer based on their performances. Congratulations to these exceptional musicians, their teachers, and the visual and performing arts staff. We are pleased to introduce Carter Riverside Program Director Samuel Ramirez. Samuel. Samuel. Do you mind if you can? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, my name is Samuel Ramirez. I'm the mariachi director here at Carter Riverside, and I'm pleased to have you guys meet a couple of our students here. This is our vihuela player, Francisco Garcia. We have one of our violin players, Stacy Loera. Guitar player, Vanessa Lucio. Trumpet player, Lorenzo Morales. First-timer, guitarra de golpe, Marco Silva. Valeria Silvia on violin. And Coro Oriustegui on guitar.
Thank you. Now we are pleased to introduce Pascal Program Director Alfonso Rayford.
Good evening. First up, we have Alejandra Davila on guitarra de golpe, Hema Zumaya on violin, Ruby Luviano on vihuela, Jasmine Diaz on violin, Juan on guitar. We have Maddox Gorby on trumpet, Sergio Chavez on guitar, Joel Castro on vihuela. We have Gabe Hargis on trumpet, sorry. We have Alan Villatoro on guitarron. We have Anthony Hernandez on violin. We have Marianne Leyva on violin. We have Valentina Camacho on violin. And that's it.
Thank you. Now we're moving on introducing Northside Program Director Ramon Nino.
Thank you. Yes, we are introducing first Samantha Ramirez, violin. Kevin Cano, trumpet. Valerie Valdez, guitarra de golpe. Julie Vasquez, violin. Azucena Perez, vihuela. Joely Barajas, violin. Avril Ponce, she's a harpist. Alexis Gonzalez, violin. Rodrigo Hinojosa, guitarrón. Jesus Ramos, violin. Ivan Torres, guitar. David Montelongo, trumpet. Sebastian Negrete, violin. Anthony Triana, trumpet. And Marcelino Isaac, guitar. We also have our two associate directors, Miss Imelda Martinez and Mr. John Olmos. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on, we are pleased to introduce South Hills students by Jennifer Martin. Oh, Mr. Sanchez. Okay. Awesome. All right.
Hello. So I have Berenice Puga, our violinist, Brandon Martinez, one of our vihuela players, and Christopher Olivas, another one of our violinists.
And we have one more Pasco Mariachi student. Can we please recognize Leslie Solta?
All right, now we're gonna move on to our next group. It's the All-State Musicians and Teachers. Fort Worth ISD had 20 students and 12 teachers from Benbrook Middle High School, Caddo Riverside High School, I Am Terrell Academy, Pasco, Southwest, Western Hills High Schools, and Young's Women's Leadership Academy all reached the highest level a high school musician can achieve by earning their place in the Texas Music Educators Association All-State Band, Choir, and Jazz Ensemble. These students here tonight are Sean Villatorro, Carl Rostad, Josiah Medina, Sebastian Alonso, Giles Clark, Caden Robles, Meira Coig, Sean Starwalt, Easy Carroll, Natalie Avila, Jocelyn Rosales, and Martin Claro. The teachers here tonight are Lance Walker, Matt Sauer, Marcus Bryant, Jordan English, and Veronica Schramm. Congratulations to these young performers and their teachers. Our next group is the Benbrook Middle High School volleyball team. These students were the 948 district champions. It is my pleasure to introduce Coach Davis.
Hi there. Do I just go for the names? Oh. Number 1, Zoe Frater. Number 5, Raven Dash. Number 6, Gentry Grundon. Number 8, Martha Green. Number 15, Olivia Garcia. And the ones that are not here for work, Number 1, Zoe Frater, or I already said that, I'm so sorry. Number 3, Miley Petty. Number 4, Lucy Rotman. Number 7, Sam Lindsay. Number 9, Angela Montana. Number 10, Breezy Butler. Number 11, Layla Frungia.
Congratulations to these dedicated and hardworking student athletes on a great season. We're moving on to our next group, which is the Arlington Heights Boys 6x8 District Champion Basketball Team. It is my pleasure to introduce Coach Petit.
Good evening. Number 0, Tristan Flowers. Number 2, Tremaine Kilgore Jr. Number 4, Caden Grant. Number 5, Eddie Gray. Number 15, Makai Jerry Holt. Number 20, Keldon Barrett. Number 23, Jacob McCray. Number 25, Joshua Jones.
Congratulations to all of you for a great season. Our next group is the Dunbar Boys 4A by District Champion Basketball Team. It is my pleasure now to introduce Coach Lacey.
All right, good evening. First of all, we got Josiah Williams, Jonathan Williams, Nick Stein, Reginald Wilson, Jonathan McLean, and Melanie Harper.
Our next group is the Eastern Hills Boys 4A Area Champion Basketball Team. It is now my pleasure to introduce Coach Ward and Coach Asik.
Asaki. That's all right, though. Here we go. Number 1, Messiah Miller. Number 3, Caden Walker. Number 5, Sion Briggs. Number 10, Salem Briggs. Number 21, Dorian Johnson. 23, Camden McGilvery. 34, Rylan Brown.
Congratulations on your exceptional season. We are now going to move on to our next group, which is the Arlington Heights Girls 5A by District Champion Basketball Team. It is my pleasure to introduce Coach Johnson.
Hello. I have number 1, Anaya Ivory. Number 3, Nyasia Washington. Number 4, Caroline Ramsey. Number 11, Annette Frankie. Number 13, Michaela Knox. Number 15, Kiana Woods. Number 32, Andrea Hudson. Number 33, Janae Johnson. Number 50, Tiana Grant. And then we have 2 missing today. We have Aaliyah Andrews, number 10, and Nijay Washington, 45.
Congratulations on such an incredible season. Our next group is the Eastern Hills Girls 4A by District Champion Basketball Team. It is my pleasure to introduce Coach Hawks.
Hello, we have number 1, Riley Lawson. Number 2, Jada Clay. Number 3, Shiny Suzuki. Number 4, Desiree Williams. Number 5, Destiny Teal. Number 10, Kiana Goodrich. Number 11, Passion Lucas. Number 12, Malia Jackson. Number 23, Sincere Williams. Number 24, Ava Jameson. Number 30, Jamia Miller. Number 32, Courtney Burley. Number 34, Mia Castillo. Our wonderful manager, Jazoria Durst.
You can just jump into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for acknowledging us in this recognition today at the school board meeting. I have a few of my players here. Most of them are at work, or either they're in other sports, but I do want to acknowledge them. They did tell me to say this, so please, they did tell me to say this. They want to let you know they are 4-time undefeated 45-0 district champs, two-time by district champs, area champs, regional quarterfinals, 4-time Coach of the Year, Dallas Wings Junior NBA Coach of the Year, and national finalists for Junior NBA Coach of the Year. Okay, I said it now, okay? All right, so let's introduce them. And also we have 5 All-State that were Texas High School Association All-State Academic. And we also had a 3.4 GPA for our varsity as well. We have our first player is Tiana McKinney. She's not here. Y'all can clap though. Ariel Duran, Tanaya Matthews, Tamaya Johnson, Tommy Graves, Amaya Albert, Raina Veal, Kenya McQueen, Jordan McIntosh, which is also TABC All Regional and All-Star, Brooke Howard, honorable mention, Michaela Malvo. And we also have Dallas Henry, who is graduating at 16 years old, who was All-State Academic, All-Star, and she's committed to Paul Quinn College on a collegiate basketball scholarship. Thank you very much.
And this concludes tonight's recognitions. Trustees, you may go back to your dais. Yeah.
Congratulations to everyone honored here this evening. At this time, the board will take a short recess to take pictures with those groups recognized tonight. The time is 6:07 p.m. The date is Tuesday, March 26, 2024, and the Board of Education for the Fort Worth Independent School District will now reconvene in open session with the quorum present. At this time, we will hear public comment addressing items on the agenda as well as items of a general nature or topics not specifically listed on the agenda. Let me remind you that because of restrictions by the Texas Open Meetings Act, board members may not engage in a verbal exchange about a subject that has not been posted. We will listen and take notes, but the board is prohibited from responding to any inquiries made during a board meeting on any topic not posted on the agenda. However, the board may reply with 1, a statement of specific factual information given in response to the inquiry, 2, recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry, or 3, direct the person to visit with staff about the issue. No presentation may exceed 3 minutes unless the speaker has prior approval for additional time because of the use of a translator. Speakers who require the assistance of a translator are permitted double the allotted time of speakers who do not require the assistance of a translator. Speakers, when your name is called, approach the podium by going to the back of the room, down the stairs, and coming up the side wall on your right. As soon as the speaker begins, the time clock will begin. Our first speaker is Emma Barberina, followed by Richion Jones and Shiloh Roberts.
Hello, I am Emma Elise Barberina, a junior at Arlington Heights High School, and today we join the movement that students around the country have formed. To say that we were proactive about this issue regarding book bans is a lie. We acknowledge that. We are having to fight this on the tail end of it, but we're here. We've taken a lack of awareness because whoever is making these changes whilst keeping students out of the loop has done a pretty good job out of it. So we've taken a lack of awareness, pulled together our resources, and have informed. Although we should have been here last July to prevent these bans, we are here to fight against not only HB 900, but also how FWISD has, what y'all seem to do best, failed to comply with the policies you have put in place. All of us are here because we have some form of privilege. I live a blessed life and do not want to discredit that. I go to school with kids who live very different lives than me. You work in a very diverse district. And to those who have time of day to read one of these books, if you are even reading them, and afterwards be distraught by the content, that reeks the privilege that you have. My team and I have spent countless hours talking with our community about the issues students are facing, the narrative that Christian nationalists have imposed on us. Now, when I inflict that title upon them, people tend to get very upset. But imposing policies onto people that are influenced by your Christian ideals is Christian nationalism. These 118 books that have been removed off the shelves deal with mature content. They aren't about horses and Barbies. But I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that these aren't the lives we live anymore. What you are trying to censor is what we live daily. And if you are embarrassed by these realities, you are too late, as they are already written into our history. So, if we are going to continue to face these realities, because the only conclusion that we can seem to come up with is infringing on student rights, we better be granted an uncensored and protected education. Students deal with race, suicide, abuse, sex trafficking, mental illness, school shootings, and one of y'all's biggest surprises, sexuality. It's high school and middle school. We're teenagers. And if you're trying to protect us, better the world we live in. Putting censorship on what we are able to read is not going to fix anything except for blindside us. These are the realities. If you have a problem with them, fix them. Thank you.
Reshion Jones, followed by Shiloh Roberts and Sabrina Ball.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rhiannon Jones, like the Fleetwood Mac song, Rhiannon. I am a former Fort Worth ISD parent. My daughter went through school here in Fort Worth ISD, K through 12, and graduated, and I'm a retired Fort Worth ISD teacher. I spent 11 years as a classroom teacher and 2 years as an instructional specialist. That's not why I'm here tonight. I'm here tonight because I am part of the 8.4%, or approximately 1.8 million people in Texas who are part of the LGBTQ plus community. I'm here as a transgender woman, and I want to speak to you particularly on how that relates to the books that are being reviewed. I was born a baby boomer. I grew up in the 50s and 60s, but from the time I was 2 years old, I felt like I was a girl off and on. But I grew up in a time that you didn't even think about that, much less talk to anyone about it. And I just felt like as I grew up, that was normal. Everybody felt that way. And it was only decades later that I realized that was not true, that I realized that there really was a girl inside me. It wasn't I just felt like a girl sometimes, there was a girl inside me. And so, I was fortunate, I was privileged enough to be able to come out and transition and be able to live the life that I always wanted to as a woman. And I have to tell you right now, I'm the happiest I've ever been in my life. Now, what does that have to do with the books? Simply this: I was born a transgender person. I was not groomed by anybody, and I didn't read any books about it, certainly not in the 50s and 60s. I was born a transgender person. And as someone who's part of that community, I can tell you, I can't speak for the entire community, but everybody that I know will tell you the same thing. It's who we are. And taking books off the shelves that portray LGBTQ plus persons is not going to keep students in Fort Worth ISD from coming out as transgender at some point in their life. If they are transgender, they are going to come out at some point in their life. And I'm going to leave you with this quickly. I went to seminary many years ago, and it was very conservative, and one of my friends used to have a saying, God don't make no junk. You know what? And as a transgender person, looking back, I agree with that, but not in the way he meant it. He meant it exclusively. It's an inclusive statement. God don't make no junk. Look around this room. Nobody in this room is junk. Not one of us. And no student in Fort Worth ISD is junk. So I ask you please to keep that in mind as you look at the books. Thank you.
Shiloh Roberts, followed by Sabrina Ball and Trinace Dorsey Hollins.
Good evening. I'm Shiloh Roberts, a junior at Arlington Heights High School. I've been in this district for 12 years, and since then have been highly encouraged by all of my teachers to understand the importance of each story. As I continue to read, I've learned more about people like me, my peers, and lessons that I might not have been able to learn otherwise. I grew up in a predominantly white school, taking away from my direct experience as a person of color. The ability to have access to read books about people who look like me has taught me lessons I will forever be grateful for. Many of the books that have been removed from our shelves deal with race and how it contributes to one's lives. In fact, many of these stories deal with harsh realities connected to race. There's no protection from exposure to derogatory slurs and abuse. When people try to ban these books to protect their children, they're just hiding the stories people from my community have to share. Though the topics in these books can be seen as dark, it's many children's reality. Trying to hide this reality from children only leads to a more blindsided society. It also takes away from the education of us students. This will create a lack of societal knowledge on important situations, causing a lack of empathy and creating a barrier within the youth community. A multitude of books on this list have created an understanding, informed, and even saved the lives of many students. Banning books because you're uncomfortable with the topics says more about your lack of acceptance than it does about the youth literature intake. Though these books don't directly resonate with you, they do to someone, and that someone should have the ability to feel just as seen and comfortable in their society. Taking away these books is only hiding your children from stories of people like me. Banning books is not a solution. It's just a way to avoid reality. Thank you.
Sabrina Ball, followed by Trinace Dorsey Hollins and Reed Built.
I have more paper for you tonight. The first is a petition from Fight for the First, developed by every library. At the time I printed, we had over 1,100 signatures. I'll send you those tomorrow. Our community disagrees with book banning, and while you proclaim Fort Worth ISD has not banned books, students have not had access to 118 books since August, at the request of outsiders with no clear path to return them. That is a ban. Specifically, the board pulled books at the request of a bully on social media. This bully is known across the country for targeting schools, teachers, doctors, and queer people, posting identifying information about them, and in turn, instigating threats of violence. NBC reported 33 instances where people singled out by this bully later reported bomb threats or violent intimidation. The threats targeted schools, libraries, hospitals, small businesses, and elected officials in 16 states and Washington, D.C. 21 of the 33 threats were bomb threats to schools. Their reporting does not include the bomb threats to our neighbors at Northwest ISD just 2 weeks ago. And worse, in our neighboring state to the north, this bullying has infected students to the point where it can be fatal to use the bathroom while being non-binary, and state officials call queer people filth. In a recent interview, the bully said, quote, "Not all cultures are equal," and previously stated that queer people are evil. When this bully posted, you immediately sprang into action and started pulling books, which led Citizens Defending Freedom to recommend a large list of books. Other districts across the state are now referencing Fort Worth ISD as the leader in banning books. You've given them the playbook. They aren't looking at your test score gains. They are looking at your civil rights violations. The second pile of paper before you is our formal grievance, represented by Haley Taylor Schlitz. This is the result of 8 months of meeting with you. I really tried. The district did not fully comply with an open records request in regards to the ban, is not following TSLAC guidelines formally approving book policies, is in violation of its own book policy and withholding books that are under review, inappropriately removed books from shelves outside of processes, informal or formal, is not properly reviewing the list of books according to policy, is not following the implementation of HB 900 appropriately, and is in violation of the racial equity policy and, more importantly, Title IX in accepting this challenge in the first place, because this challenge is based on gender, race, and sex, as evidenced by the open records request and the source of their objections. Tonight, you will hear from your primary stakeholders, the students. They do not want your words of encouragement. They want your action. You bent over backwards for the bullies. Can you do the same for our students? Thank you.
Trinace Dorsey Hollins, followed by Reed Built and Martaisha James.
Today I speak for your everyday parent, and your everyday parent, we're in the dark. Your everyday parents are unsure about their child's education, and after a busy day at work, we're just trying to provide. We're just simply relaying all the information that's sent home to us about our kids, and far too often, that's report cards. To no fault of parents, we see A's and B's and we leave it at that, when in reality, the grades that we see do not depict our child's true academic proficiencies. That's a problem. Parents are the links that connects the children throughout this district. And the only way that we can help our kids is with transparency. So I just want to make 2 points today. Point 1, please don't stall our babies out 3 more years before parents can actually get access to quality reports that we need about our babies. We demand more transparency in our kids' learning, especially when neighboring districts are able to make the change in 1 year, not 3. Just look at Arlington. I've spoken to nearly every one of you board members as well as the superintendent, and you all agree that our children need more parent-friendly information in order for us to get involved. So give it to us. We're the connectors. Like, don't keep stalling us out. Secondly, I just want to make a point that 1 week you tell our mayor and our city council that Fort Worth ISD is nowhere near closing any schools or having any conversations around school closures, and then 2 weeks later, it's announced that Wedgwood 6th grade center is closing. Forest Oak is being merged. Just curious to what feedback and communication was given to parents, and do you feel that that was adequate notice? Because all we want is the truth. And again, that goes back to transparency so that we can best support our kids. Thanks.
Reed Bills, followed by Martasia James and Amanda Ine.
Good evening. My name is Reed Bills. I am a Fort Worth ISD taxpayer and the mother of 6 Fort Worth ISD graduates. One of those graduates is a trans man, and his story, if he were here to tell it, he lives in California, so he can't, would be very similar to the story you previously heard. I support the book review policy proposed by Defense of Democracy. I quote in part from the petition that is before you or will be soon. Fort Worth ISD students are culturally and economically diverse. They have different beliefs, gender identities, and sexual orientations. They deserve to see their lives reflected in the books available to them in our libraries. National groups and outside influencers should not be able to determine the availability of those books. We want Fort Worth ISD to provide a wide range of library materials for students and faculty that support student achievement and reflect the diversity of our community. We want our school board to implement a book review process that protects the First Amendment rights of the stakeholders, such as that proposed by Defense of Democracy.
Martasia James, followed by Amanda Ine and Chastain Crump.
Fort Worth ISD has recently chosen to reintroduce sex education into our schools. Sex is both physical and emotional with our kiddos. SEL is something that we need to focus on. We're cutting positions within our school that gives our kids what they need. We have kids with social and emotional issues, and after talking with some, they perform sex and oral sex on other students, sometimes on the bus, just because they do not understand the underlying issues as to their whys. Focusing on sex ed courses when our kids can barely spell, cannot do simple math, and are lacking requirements in order to graduate on time, mainly our Black and brown students. Students to teacher ratio is also another thing that is an issue. There are many children in one teacher's class that we spend so much time disciplining that we forget to even teach. It leads to sending the kids to from their home school to their Tier 2 schools, which are short-staffed. We then place the kids on computers to do lessons such as Spanish or home ec or any other curricular activities or courses that they're taking because we do not offer it at that location. Not to mention our kiddos who are 504s or SPED or Cs. Is this even within policy for them to be sent over to Tier 2 schools? Thank you.
Amanda Ine, followed by Chastain Crump and Amina Sharif.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey, Dr. Rodriguez, and board. I'm Amanda Ine. I'm a parent, a teacher, and a taxpayer here in Fort Worth ISD. When administrators are allowed to not follow bylaws set forth by a district to ensure a specific teacher who has been elected and voted by her peers does not participate, children lose and politics win. When an administrator ostracizes certain teachers from a learning community, children lose and politics win. When the relationship between an administrator and a teacher is likened to an abusive marriage, like when the husband treats a wife one way in the four walls, yet when company comes over, like EDs, associate superintendents, TEA, and that teacher is treated differently, and that teacher's classroom is the first one they enter, children lose and politics win. When an administrator makes comments like "I've had grievances before," they don't scare me. I have connections. Children lose and politics win. When administrators are allowed to underrate teachers on appraisals because of personal vendettas, children lose and politics win. When an administrator feels they are untouchable to the point that they feel they can call an entity of which a teacher serves to lie and defame that teacher, children lose and politics win. Teachers across our district are forced silent due to what we perceive as a threat of retaliation. Let's change that toxic culture. Solutions could be feeling heard when problems arise, more transparency with TIA, better collaborative T-test raters, and more support from admin, retention pay, or loyalty pay. I leave you with a quote from my favorite book. "For if you remain silent at this time, liberation and rescue will arise from another place, and you and your father's house will perish since you did not help when you had the chance. And who knows whether you have attained royalty for such a time as this, and for this very purpose." Thank you.
Chasten Crump, followed by Amina Sharif and Mia Morales.
Hello, my name is Chasten Crump. Members of the FW ISD School Board, I stand before you today to address the issue of book bans within our district, a matter that not only challenges the fabric of educational integrity, but also raises significant legal concerns. I ask everyone in this room today to please raise your hand if you would feel upset if you were excluded in any form or way via representation. Thank you. And I would also like to point out that the First Amendment of the United States Constitution guarantees the freedom of speech, which by extension encompasses the freedom to read. The Supreme Court, in cases such as the Board of Education, Island Trees Union Free School District Number 26 versus PICO in 1982, has affirmed that students' right to access diverse ideas and information in schools must be protected. The PICO case set a precedent that school boards do not possess an absolute power to remove books from school libraries simply because they disagree with the content. The decision to remove a book must be based on sound educational grounds and not as a means to impose a particular viewpoint or to suppress alternative perspectives. Furthermore, in our own state of Texas, the case of Counts versus Cedarville School District in 2003 reinforced the idea that when a school board restricts access to books based on a single perspective, it violates the First Amendment rights of students. The court in that case ruled that a student cannot remove books from that a school cannot remove books from the library shelves because board members or administrators disagree with the ideas contained within those books. In light of these precedents, I urge the FWIC School Board to consider the legal implications of imposing book bans. Such actions not only risk costly litigation for the district, but also do a disservice to our students by denying them access to a broad range of literary works that can foster critical thinking, empathy, and a deeper understanding of the complex world in which they live. It is our duty as educators, students, and as stewards of the public to ensure that our policies align with the Constitution with the best educational practices. Let us not be the board that censors and silences, but rather the board that empowers and enlightens. Thank you for your commitment to us students and for your consideration of these legal and educational principles as you make decisions regarding our district's library content. I would also like to mention that it's my birthday, so thank you.
Amina Sharif, followed by Mia Morales and Meredith Bowman.
Good evening. I'm Amina Sharif, and not only a student at Arlington Heights, but a student who depends on the school board to protect my education from religious and political agendas that are infiltrating the system. During the 2021 to 2022 school year, Texas has removed 801 books across 22 school districts, with the common themes targeting a demographic that tends to be the least represented in our society. Currently, 118 books with those exact same themes have been removed from the Fort Worth ISD libraries. Not only is our education at risk, but our options for self-discovery are significantly impacted. Many of the books that are deemed as mature deal with mental illnesses, instability, thoughts of suicide, trauma from abuse, and etc. All Boys Aren't Blue, Traffic, Scars, Blankets, and A Stolen Life all mention sad realities a huge portion of teens struggle with. Similar to the lack of sexual education, some students lack resources and safe homes to find comfort within themselves. Many teenagers who struggle with mental health, sexual orientation, abuse, religious doubts, or being a person of color in a predominantly white community turn towards books that represent them to feel less alone. Who gives anyone that authority to withhold the security and connection that these books offer students? As teens, we have trouble wording what we want to say. However, when someone mirrors our struggles onto a page, a sense of belonging is instilled within us. It's not just about hiding kids from cuss words and sex. They're trying to get rid of anything that makes them uncomfortable and label it as protecting children from groomers that they call the left. It's simply a political strategy. The book removals fight against the harsh reality a majority live through every day. Being blind is bliss, and being blind enough to complain about some books shows the privilege that these people have. Our schools are not playgrounds for political or religious beliefs. I highly encourage the board to stop trying to appease these extremists, provide adequate education for all, and help produce a safe, welcoming environment for these students. Also, parents who send their children to private school should not have a say what happens in our public schools. We cannot allow history to repeat themselves. Thank you.
Mia Morales, followed by Meredith Bowman and Chris Fuentes.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Mia Morales, a student at Young Women's Leadership Academy in District 9 and a proud member of this community in District 4. As taxpayers, my family and I have vested interest in the well-being and education of our students in our district. Today, our YWA inaugural soccer team is gearing up for their first historical playoff game. And while I should be there cheering alongside my friends, I'm here compelled to address a pressing concern. It's imperative that the students, are heard and valued in the decisions that shape our educational environment. I'm deeply troubled by actions that violate our fundamental freedom to choose the books we read. It's disheartening to witness policies being disregarded, especially when they concern important aspects of our academic and personal development. I urge you to reconsider the influence of external voices and prioritize the voices of students and parents who reside in this district. Each day, decisions are made without our input, diminishes the trust and mutual respect essential in the learning community. The district prides itself on its cultural and economic diversity, embracing range of beliefs and orientations. It's crucial that our literature reflects this rich tapestry of identities, allowing students to see themselves authentically represented in books that they read. As a student, defending our First Amendment rights is paramount. I implore you to stand with students and uphold our right to access diverse and inclusion literature. Banning books based on opinions of a few select undermines the principle of academic freedom and restricts our intellectual growth. I do respectfully ask that you as a whole body engage with students directly, listen to our concerns, and champion an education environment that celebrates diversity and fosters inclusivity. Let us work together and ensure that the voices and choices of students are respected and protected. Thank you.
Meredith Bowman, followed by Chris Fuentes and Holly Plemons.
Good evening, Dr. Ramsey and board. It has come to my attention that at the February 13th, 2024 board meeting, some of my comment was left out of the live feed on the Fort Worth ISD YouTube channel. I have since found out that you can also view all board meetings live from the Fort Worth ISD website. However, I tried and I was unable to get to that. Maybe it was my error, but you can also view these meetings the next day on the Fort Worth Spectrum channel. I'm sharing the info because I have been attending these meetings for a few years and I did not know this. I would like this evening to restate the part of my comment that was left out, to just put it back on to what the live feed is. I would like to go ahead and also preface this, that my comment that I made was after a presentation of the academic success from a principal and a teacher, and it followed an email about letting employees be released on Monday, and this was on the Tuesday. So this is where my comment that got cut out was, so I'm just restating it. And before that, I will state that there have been over 2,400 views on this particular evening. So my comment begins, could we save teachers' jobs by doing this? This is referring to cutting admin salaries. I'm going to go back to that data that we just saw this evening. How in the world will that be able to happen if we are cutting teachers? There's not much clarity on how this is going to happen. I do hope that you all do your diligence in thinking about what you're about to do. The teachers are very afraid. They're scared. They don't know what they're going to do next year if you cut their jobs. How are you going to cut certain employees? We don't even know the criteria. It could be teachers, employees, custodians. We have a lot of people that this could happen to, but none of us know how that's going to be decided. That's the end of my comment. To follow up with that, I will say teachers were not let go of during that circumstance. The technology department apparently already knew they were going to be having a meeting that week about their layoffs. So it's interesting that that wasn't specified in the email that was sent out by Dr. Ramsey on Monday morning. As ATPE local unit president, I'm asking for more transparency on these type of emails. I am concerned with this also comment being cut because there have been three different times since October since something has happened that were technical difficulties. My question is, can we please look into what's going on since so many watch via YouTube? Thank you very much for your time.
Chris Fuentes, followed by Holly Plemons and Claire Cordell.
Holly Plemons, mom of 3, taxpayer in Fort Worth ISD. I want to talk to you about 11C2, 11C2B, 11E1A, and 11E2A. On the buses, the bus graveyard that you guys have in your resolution to make us have to pay $30 million for you not to call a bond because you know the bond will fail because the public doesn't trust you. And it's not going to change until the leadership changes. That's why 3 bonds failed last time. It clearly states, whenever Ms. Carmen was here last time, that this is going to be more expensive to us, the taxpayers. In the 2021 bond, you were going to put a stadium where the bus graveyard, and I'm calling it a graveyard because some of you probably don't know, there's a little bit less than 100 buses there. They're non-operational. It is literally just a graveyard, bus graveyard. And you guys were totally fine with leveling it and putting a stadium there. So obviously, administration knew where those dead buses could go. But now you're asking for us, well, they're asking you. They're not going to come to us. But there is a way for us to kill this. We can block walk. We can get signatures. I start block walking on April 1st. I will block walk against this and I will defeat it. I would encourage all of you to stand up against the administration and vote against this resolution. This is not in the best interest of taxpayers. This is not in the best interest of students. You also have on the agenda for purchasing some buses, 40 buses. So a few months ago, you guys bought 10 buses and administration said, hurry quick, you got to do it right now. It's a super good deal. It was not a good deal. It was over $87,000 more than what you're going to be paying for these buses of 40. And these 40 buses are special buses. They're for special ed kids. So I have a feeling they probably cost a little bit more than just regular buses. As for consolidating Wedgwood 6, I live in Wedgwood. My community did not know about this. Parents were told via email 2 days before. That is not being transparent. That is not working with the community. This is absolutely just, it's deplorable what you're doing. You don't have plans. Trustee Dar asked a lot of really great questions of what's going to happen when the 6th graders move into 7th and 8th. If you take the numbers of what's in 6th and 7th, 8th now, you're going to be over 100 students at max capacity. They're not going to be separating the kids. They don't have that plan. You should not be approving this until they have the plan. They've had plenty of time. I've known that Wedgwood 6 is going to be closed for over a year, but the public didn't find out until 2 days before the meeting. The same thing for the Leadership Academy. The parents haven't been notified. This is on the trustees to stand up for the parents and taxpayers. Thank you.
Hello, I'm actually Denzel, and I'm going to be reading for Chris Fuentes. Good afternoon. My name is Chris Fuentes. I am a second year student at Southwest High School. For the past 12 years, I've been a part of the Fort Worth ISD School District, Fort Worth Independent School District.
Excuse me. We don't read statements. You're welcome to give the statement to the board or take the statement on as your own.
Yes, but it's my own. I support it.
I'm sorry?
It's my own. I support it. For past 12 years, I've been a part of the Fort Worth ISD School District, Independent School District. I grew up in the not so pretty part of Fort Worth ISD, the South Side. Growing up in the South Side, I was exposed to many different types of people and cultures. I grew up with people experiencing real world issues, including drug abuse, divorce, and discrimination, homelessness, and self-identity issues. This prompted questions to which I could not answer. My only resource at the time were books like Long Way Down by Jason Reynolds, which included things like grief, fear, and dealing with cycle of violences. Addition to the book Felix Ever After by Kayence Callender, which had issues about like bullying and gender identity and dealing with these feelings of insecurity. These books helped me realize that my reality is not just my own, and have pushed me to fully express myself without having shame. As a queer Latino, I have experienced racism and homophobia. I believe that we should not limit knowledge and truth. Being able to read whatever literature you want is not a blessing and a human right. It is a human right. My peers also relate to these books on the book list. On these books on the list. Poet X by Elizabeth Azevedo has poems that portray guilt and shame and religion. These help my closest friends build their own personal relationship with faith. All Boys Aren't Blue by George M. Johnson, who gives details about being gay and African American in a society which is filled with toxic masculinity and white supremacy. Help my peers not be afraid in the world, and to be true to himself. I'm not only speaking for myself, but also for the people who are afraid to speak on this topic, targeted by political groups. Some reasons why these books aren't here on the list is absurd. I understand the concern with introducing explicit content such as I understand the concerns of introducing explicit content at just a young age. However, we try not to hide recognition of issues that these students and others are living through. Why are we trying to invalidate and hide stories which not only adults are experiencing, but also children and young teenagers are too? To better and understand, to be educated to these explicit topics in a safe and rather in a safe way, in a safe setting such as school, rather than. Okay, thank you.
Claire Cordell, followed by Donna Collins and Kara Newbern.
If you would hold on just a second, just to be clear, we don't sign up for other people and we don't read statements for other people. You have to sign up for yourself because you have to follow the guidelines. And we want to be consistent with everyone. So I just want to be clear that you have to sign up your own self to speak, and you have to follow the guidelines that the board has set that are on the website. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, my name is Claire Hannah Cordell. I'm a junior at Arlington Heights High School in a program called TAFE, which basically means I want to be a future educator. And as a future educator, I don't believe it's my place to tell students what they can and cannot read based on someone else's opinion. It is their right to decide what they want to read, not mine. I do not wish to strip my students of literature that is relatable to them, that may inspire them to learn or inspire them to read, and I don't wish to be forced to. Our students deserve better than that. They deserve diversity. Thank you.
Donna Collins, followed by Kara Newbern, and our final speaker, Charles Bills.
Hi, I'm Donna Collins. I'm a grandparent
here in Fort Worth ISD confines and a taxpayer. I had a very short comment tonight, but I've adjusted it from some of the things I've heard. I've heard reference to reality in our community. Please don't exclude me from community, and recognize that the reality is that this country, the United States of America, was founded on Judeo-Christian values. And that is a fact. It's not changing history. It's not making history difficult or anything like that. Let me back up, because I wanted to start out thanking the board for choosing the best for your school health education program. So thank you all for the unanimous vote for that. Now back to the topic at hand. I'm a volunteer for Citizens Defending Freedom. Citizens Defending Freedom does not support elimination or restricting books on transgenderism or anything like that. The problem we have with books that have been appropriately removed are the pornographic words and images. We had board meetings last year where people were kicked out, adults were kicked out for trying to read from some of the books that were delisted here from Fort Worth ISD. If an adult couldn't read them, why would they be available to read them to other adults? Why would they be available to the students in the schools? The Texas State Library and Archive Commission has guidelines to ensure only age-appropriate books are in the libraries. Books removed from the school libraries are generally available at the public library and also available for purchase. So this is not the only avenue for these books to be available. The themes for the books that were removed were pornography. The state of Texas has outlawed pornography under the age of 18, and a lot of the online pornography programs are pulling out because of that. So why would we make the books available in our schools? That's the question I have for everybody. Nobody's trying to pull books because of transgenderism or the color of your skin or anything like that. That may be included in some of the books, but the books were pornographic. And that's the issue I have. The second thing, Ms. Ball talked about her petition, where it was a nationwide petition that she set up to collect signatures against book bans, which I don't call this a book ban, it's age-appropriate books. But interestingly, this petition said you did not need to be a Fort Worth ISD parent to sign the petition. However, she has stated in the past that people that are not Fort Worth ISD parents should not be able to address you, the board, who are spending our tax dollars. Thank you. And I do want to say, lastly, I pray for each of you to experience God's blessings during this Holy Week. Thank you.
Kara Newbern, followed by our final speaker, Charles Bills.
Hello, I'm Kara Newbern. I'm a senior at Pascal High School, and I'm concerned with the Christian nationalism that you have allowed to spread throughout our district. Pushing their beliefs has caused more harm to our peers than good. Students that you should be looking out for are being targeted, and their culture is being diminished by the bans and policies being placed. Many of these stories that are banned are memoirs of people from the LGBTQIA+ community. These stories not only express a personal viewpoint, but make students feel seen and heard. There is no protection to censorship, only isolation. 6 years ago, when I was in the 6th grade, I was at my lunch table and people were making nasty comments about how they felt towards the LGBTQIA+ community. It made me very uncomfortable, and I found myself locking myself in the school bathroom and crying until my mom picked me up. Feeling so belittled by the hateful comments made me question if I was connected to this group of people they were attacking, and from there I continued to blossom into the person I am today. If a group of 6th graders are old enough to understand that they don't align with a group of people enough to hate on them, then a 6th grader is old enough to understand that they may feel differently when it comes to being heterosexual. The argument being made about kids not being old enough to understand their sexuality and that they should be protected from indoctrination is insane. These are the realities that many students face daily, and banning the books with content about sexuality is not protection, it's blatant homophobia. Remove the bans off these books and allow students to flourish in an accepting environment. Thank you.
Charles Bills.
Hello, I am a resident of Fort Worth and a graduate of Fort Worth schools. I've really disgusted with the gutlessness you guys have shown when it comes to dealing with Christian nationalists telling you what to do. With the sex ed last month and this book ban, you have to realize that votes in Carrollton and Keller and Southlake are no threat to you. There are enough people that are not Christian nationalists and recognize the threat that are a threat to your jobs and will run people against you that know, what freedom means and how important it is. Now, these 118 books have been supposedly taken off the shelf and been on review since August. Now, I don't know how long it takes to review, but a book like The Color Purple by Alice Walker, she's a Pulitzer Prize winner, and it's obvious that there's nothing pornographic about that book at all, so it should have taken about 10 seconds to review that book and put it back on the shelf. And I have a feeling that that is the same with nearly all of these other 8 books. Pretty much, I guess that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts this evening. Next on the agenda is reports and presentations. Dr. Ramsey, over to you.
Thank you. This evening we have a presentation from the Citizens Oversight Committee, and the COC Chair Libby Willis will be presenting this evening. Please come up to the podium.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramsey, and thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, and it's great to be here with all of you representing your Citizens Oversight Committee for the 2021 bond. We want to recognize in particular tonight and thank Dr. Ramsey and the Fort Worth administrative staff, particularly Assistant Superintendent Kelly Spencer, who is staffing the COC, and we appreciate her assistance and willingness to always respond to questions and meet with us if we need to on the side about various things that come up. Also, I want to recognize Chief Financial Officer Carmen Arrieta Candelaria. She's always at our meetings, and we appreciate that for all the information she brings us, as well as the bond management staff, the Presidio staff. Appreciate it very, very much. Tonight, because you all had a presentation in January, which I had intended to present at, but I had COVID, so I couldn't be there. This is the first time that we've been able to do this, so I'm not going to go into great details because you've seen them and you see them on a regular basis, but we missed the opportunity in January to do our annual report, and so that's why I'm back today. But you know well that the 2021 bond, and this is information from our last presentation, which was on February 19th of this year. You know the 27 projects, buildings very well, most of them middle school buildings. You know, and I'm sure the number is even higher now, but as we saw in February, 59% of the bond projects are in the design phase, so things are really moving along very rapidly. You also know we are very proud that 38.29%, and again, this figure may well be higher because this was given to us in February, but these are historically underutilized business entities which have received these projects, and this was true in the 2017 bond, and it is continuing in the 2021 bond, but this is good news, and we are very, very proud of that. What I want to focus on tonight is, and what we want to do in the future quarterly reports that are outlined in our guidelines and also the annual reports, we would like to bring to you a sense of stakeholder satisfaction with the projects and the program. We also want to bring to you a sense of how the bond program is doing with environmental stewardship, and also a sense of how the program is complying with Board of Education policy and the Fort Worth ISD's mission. One thing we would say is that we have been very pleased to hear about the design charrettes during the design and before actually the design process for students and staff and members of the community. This is a great opportunity for all of those groups to participate, and we are glad to see it, and there will be more to come. Also bring to your attention an opportunity for consideration, and that would be the need for a process of input during the design phase. We have it before, they take input before, but there's not a process that we have in place now that allows input during the design phase, and that is something for consideration. But the main thing I wanted to do tonight, and there are a lot of pictures here, and we're going to get through them quickly, but you probably had a chance to look at them, but just to draw attention to the who's who of Fort Worth architects who have designed many of these middle school buildings and others which are in this 2021 bond. And what I would say is that part of this really underscores one of the guidelines that's actually also in the ISD facilities master plan, and that is the attention to the environmental stewardship and the sustainability and historic legacy of Fort Worth ISD properties. So it all ties together, and it behooves us to take a look at names like these, people like these who have a great legacy of architecture, of major buildings, important, significant buildings in Fort Worth and other places in the Southwest and the whole country. And I'll go through some of these: Wyatt Hedrick, Preston Guerin, Birch Easterwood, Joseph Pellick, Wiley G. Clarkson. If you spend any time with architects, you've heard their names here in Fort Worth. So just to share with you, and this is kind of a way to do that in a quick way, but an architect such as Wiley G. Clarkson is responsible for the designs of very important Fort Worth buildings such as the Masonic Temple, First United Methodist Church, other churches like University Christian Church and others that you see listed there. And he gave us in 1927 3 of the projects that are in the current bond. So that would be William James Middle School, J.P. Elder Middle School, and Stripling. Again, all from 1927. You can see the magnificent buildings they are. Another example is Rosemont Middle School, given to us 1935, one of the earliest buildings in the bond project currently by E.G. Withers. And that's an example. That's, of course, Rosemont Middle, which I would put with the comment made earlier about there is an opportunity perhaps for a process for input on design, and we might be able to find that in the current design process where we have on Rosemont at the moment. Another architect, in fact, whose grandson, Ames Fender, some of you probably know, Wyatt Hedrick, is well known among Fort Worth's major buildings in this starting in the 30s and later into the 50s. The U.S. Post Office on Lancaster, I'm sure you're familiar with it. The Will Rogers building he designed in the Cultural District, and the Texas and Pacific Terminal, another major building on Lancaster. Those are all Wyatt Hedrick buildings, and his grandson, Ames Fender, has been the chairman of the board of the City of Fort Worth Architecture, Historic and Cultural Landmark Commission. So it just shows you the legacy continues. Hedrick also designed for the district, and this was back in the 1950s when there was a major bond program then. He designed Meadowbrook Middle School and Morningside Middle School. Preston Guerin is another name you'll hear a lot. You hear it because his son, former Congressman Pete Guerin, certainly is around, been very involved in the philanthropic community since his time in Congress. That's another legacy still with us. But Preston Guerin was the associate architect with Louis Kahn on the Kimball Art Museum, which is a big, big deal. Burnett Plaza is another one of his well-known buildings. And he designed for the district Meacham Middle School in 1960-61. Joseph Pellick is another name that you should hear from time to time because he designed wonderful residential buildings in various neighborhoods like Berkeley in the city, but also major buildings like the Robert Carr Chapel at TCU and the original Casa Mañana, which is not there, but we certainly remember in postcards from 1936, as well as the 1930s era Fort Worth Library. It's not been with us for some years, but it was a beloved building, and he designed it. For the district, again in the 50s, he designed Riverside Middle School, Daggett Middle School, and Forest Oak Middle School, again all in the 50s. International design by and large. Birch Easterwood, known as the Baylor architect because he designed so many major buildings on the Baylor campus. He designed Fort Worth Arlington Heights Methodist Church and Riverside Baptist Church, which is now Cielo Place Apartments. And I want to call that out as an example of something I'll talk about in just a second, and that is the fact that the Riverside Baptist Church, because of community input and commitment to the building, and a wonderful developer who decided to say, no, we don't think that should be taken down, but just because the congregation can no longer handle or pay for the building, we think there's a way to save it and keep it as a member of its community, which it has been since the 50s. And so the church was turned into, in 2021, adaptively used as apartments, and that is the first apartment setting that has happened in a former church building in this city. And that's an example of how you can reuse important and worthwhile and significant buildings. So Birch Easterwood designed for the district Kirkpatrick Middle School, again in the late 40s and the early 50s. So you can tell from those buildings the importance of the architects and their legacy. But there also are other factors. Baptist history and Fort Worth Seminary Hill connection to the former B.H. Carroll, now the alternate Applied Learning Academy. That's a lot of Baptist history. You could say that because of its architecture, Fort Worth is probably the second most important city in the state after Waco in terms of Baptist history and design buildings. The 1910 commercial former Nash Hardware building, which is now, as you know well, the YWLA in the Central Business District, another opportunity, a key building in downtown these days. Eastern Hills and Worth Heights and the Maudry and Welton Elementaries, Hedrick, again, Wyatt Hedrick, and Crowmaster International Style Architecture. The fact that Maudry Walton is a City of Fort Worth designated historic structure within, and it should be, instead of Carter, it is the Carver Heights Local Historic District. And also another Wyatt Hedrick design building, the McLean 6th Grade Center. So I show you those, the B.H. Carroll, now the ALA on the left, and the 1910 Nash Hardware on the right, Eastern Hills and Worth Heights Elementaries, which are in the bond program, Maudry and Walton that I mentioned, and the former Bluebonnet Elementary on the right, again, Hedrick buildings. And then finally, just to say to you that these buildings, as we know, and it's true of any of the 100 and more significant, and I would say that the vast majority of the buildings in the district, and certainly the vast majority of those in this current bond program, are significant architecturally. They are significant in their communities. Often they are almost the spiritual heart of their communities. So all of these assets that these buildings have are very important. There are many, as I mentioned. And so you all are stewards of those. You're doing a good job. And we at the Citizens Oversight Committee, our job is to follow the money, watch the money, but also serve as conduits for comments that we get from our constituents and to take back information from the district, from you and from the administration and others we work with, Presidio, to provide information to our constituents. These are all important, no pressure, right? That's said with a smile because you know the assets that these are. And it's a pleasure to get to serve the district in a volunteer capacity with all of my fellow members. I would mention Stephen Poole is another COC member who's with us here tonight. We thank you for the support. We thank you for your input on the bond project. It's going well, and we look forward to continuing the work to keep providing you updates on the project. Thank you very much.
Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees? Trustee Jackson?
Yes, Ms. Willis, I want to thank you. This is a hard job, and you've done a great job with the COC. That was an excellent presentation. I hope that we will use it here in our archives because it really does teach people the history of these buildings, and I know that's your area of expertise. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to my own trustee, Roxanne Martinez, who is always willing to have breakfast and listen. We appreciate that very much.
Okay, thank you, team.
Thank you.
On to our next report, Dr. Ramsey.
Thank you. We wanted to make the board aware that in compliance with the revised CB local, we will be providing on a quarterly basis to the board the grants on a quarterly basis that the district has applied for. And so that's on the dais tonight, and you will be receiving that every quarter. It'll be written report only. So we just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees on the report? No. Okay, thank you, Dr. Ramsey and team. We're up to the board, committee, and superintendent reports. Are there any comments or questions from any of the trustees concerning the written reports? No, okay. We're up to the comments by board members and the superintendent. Are there any comments? Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. Several comments. One, I would like to point out that on March 8th, the unified track meet occurred at South Hills High School, and on March 19th, the unified basketball tournament happened. And if you've never been to a unified event, few things will fill your bucket with joy more than those two events. And I commend the gen ed students and the special ed students who participate in those events, and also the coaches who work tirelessly with them, often giving of their own time in order to make this happen. And the adaptive PE department for making this event happen. So yay for our athletes that participated in those two events. I also want to congratulate two seniors from South Hills High School. They are among several schools in Fort Worth ISD. Cindy Perez and Bernice Puga, are the two seniors at South Hills High School. They applied for and were awarded a Texas Health Wellness grant that they plan to use to beautify the courtyard and the campus at South Hills High School. I think it's worth noting that both of these students are seniors. They are doing and worked hard to do something for their community of which they will not even get to reap the benefits of. And so I appreciate the fact that they paid it forward and they did the work in order to get that grant for the students who will come after them. As we saw by the parade of students that filled our room earlier today, there are so many winners and awards being given to Fort Worth ISD students, whether it's band, orchestra, choir, one-act play, athletics, robotics, ROTC, or academics, and there are many, many more. Congratulations to the students and the teachers on these remarkable accomplishments. I can't recognize them all because there are so many, and I want you to know that we do see you and we appreciate the work that you're doing. And finally, I would like to thank groups of the administration on the Hazel Harvey Peace Campus, the Southwest High School campus, the Woodway Elementary School campus, and the South Hills High School students for allowing me to come and visit with their students. If you haven't had a chance to sit down with a group of students recently, I highly recommend it because what the students have to say is worth listening to, and I appreciate that time that I was able to spend with them. Thank you.
Trustee Bridges.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to take a minute to show some love and a huge shout out to the Wyatt soccer team. They are in the by-district playoffs. Actually, today it's going on right now as we speak. A lot of times we show a lot of love for. At least I'll criticize myself for basketball and football, but we haven't been showing a lot of love for there they are, for the soccer team. So let's wish them best that they bring the championship back to ODY. Thank you.
Trustee Luebanos?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. I would like to acknowledge that this past March 2nd, we had a math bee for our elementary students. It was a well-attended event where I was witness to see collaboration between students among themselves to win the best project. So that was an excellent program that I hope in the future we give them more promotion on our social media. And also this past week, we had the Spanish spelling bee. I saw a lot of promotion from our different campuses that were participating the first Spanish spelling bee, and also the art show, the district art show last week was a very well-attended event. I hope that we continue to do these kind of events where we get to see the talent that our students have across the district. Thank you.
Trustee Martinez?
I would like to recognize a couple of students. One is YWLA Mia Morales, who was a speaker today, was featured as a Student of the Week by Fort Worth Report, so you can go on their website and read about her and her accomplishments. Congratulations, Mia. Also, during Fort Worth ISD spring break, we had Diamond Hill Jarvis powerlifter Jasmine Vidya compete in the Texas High School Women's Powerlifting State Meet. I want to congratulate her on a tremendous feat. She's worked really hard over the years leading up to that, and she did great at the state meet. So congratulations to Jasmine. I also want to give a special shout out to Riverside Middle School Juanita Arcos, who was recognized today in front of her peers, and I got to participate in that special student recognition for her academic achievements. So also shout out to Juanita at Riverside Middle School. And also want to congratulate all of our 15 soccer teams who are in the playoffs, and give special shout out to Diamond Hill Jarvis, Card Riverside, and YWLA. YWLA making history as competing in the playoffs for the first time. Thank you.
Dr. Ramsey? Oh, Trustee Luebanos?
I just have one more comment. We have on April 6th, they have the middle school problem-solving competition similar to the math bee. So April 6th at the TLC.
Thank you. Dr. Ramsey, did you? Yeah. Oh, okay. Last week, along with several of the trustees, I attended 2 events that once again reminded me why I'm so proud to be a representative on this board. First was the All-District Art Fair, which is absolutely extraordinary. The students and the teachers who encouraged them, Mrs. Cass and Mr. Oroño, were so proud and explaining their students' artwork. And I know we're going to have a Cedric Huckabee, who was an ODY graduate, and they're displaying their art. And I also attended the first All-District Spanish Spelling Bee, and at both events, the parents were there, parents and family members. The places were packed. I want to congratulate Associate Superintendent Dr. Guerrero for having the vision to create this event, and I'm so proud of our students. And once again, want to urge people to focus on the good occurring in our district. We are one Fort Worth. Dr. Ramsey?
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. First, I want to thank all of the members of the Superintendent Advisory. We met last week. A lot of input and feedback that they continue to provide to us, and that's an advisory for support staff, one for teachers, one for parents, one for the community, and one for our students. And so just thank you for that. And I want to share several events that are happening next week. On Monday, Fort Worth ISD will host the Next Gen Fashion Runway Show at the Fort Worth Museum of Science and History. That event will begin at 5 p.m. The fashion show itself starts at 6:30, and it will feature our seniors who have completed 4 years of fashion design. On Tuesday evening at 4 p.m. here in the boardroom, we're going to have talent management who is hosting an event. It's a signing day for all of our folks that have completed the teacher residency and the TPAP program, the BTAP, our bilingual folks. So they're signing, we're keeping them, and they will continue to be teachers in the school district. So we're super excited about that. On Wednesday, we'll host the first of our middle school community meetings. That one's at McLean Middle. On Thursday at 11 a.m. at the TLC, trustees and community, we just want to thank our Campus Teacher of the Year because we are hosting a reception for all of our Teachers of the Year recipients, and we'll be announcing those finalists. Later that evening, there will be a science department event, and that is the science fair and the bird naming project final competition, and that will be at Wilkerson Grinds. And to complete the week on Saturday, as previously mentioned, we will have the 13th annual middle school problem solving competition that also is hosted by the math department, and that will be from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturday at the TLC.
Thank you, Dr. Ramsey and trustees. The time is 7:17 p.m. The date is Tuesday, March 26, 2024. We will now recess and reconvene for executive session as authorized by Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code under Sections 551.071, 072, 074, and 076. In accordance with the open meetings law, the board opened the meeting at 5:30 PM with the quorum present, recessed and reconvened open session, adjourned regular session, convened executive session, adjourned executive session, and now reconvened open session at 10:08 PM with the quorum present. We're up to consent agenda items. As board president, I'm making the following statement in accordance with Board Policy BBFA Local. This is a reminder to all board members of the legal conflict of interest requirements and disclosure requirements you may have for matters under consideration on the agenda for this meeting. If required by law, board members shall recuse themselves from all discussion and shall abstain from voting on any matter pertaining to such a disclosure. Trustees, we have been provided an opportunity prior to tonight's meeting to submit questions and receive responses concerning the consent agenda and action items. Are there additional questions or comments at this time specific to consent agenda items? Trustee Jackson?
No, I was going to make the motion, President Rodriguez.
Okay. You're making me, okay. Do I have a motion accepting consent agenda?
Yes, Madam President, so moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Dr. Ryan, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Let's move to action items. Nothing was removed from the consent agenda. Now we're okay, we're up to 11C2A. Dr. Ramsey?
Thank you. Based on the conversation with bond counsel and the board, I'm pulling this item.
Any discussion? No, being as there's none, okay, now we're to Trustee Jackson.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank our CFO and our superintendent and the board tonight for working very hard. I think the public and our board will make a really good decision with more information. So I want to thank each of you.
Thank you, Trustee Jackson. Now we're to 11C2B. Dr. Ramsey.
Also, based on the conversations with the bond counsel and the board, I am pulling this item as well.
Any discussion? Okay. Now we're to 11D1A, approve proposed corrective action plan from the Texas Education Agency Compliance Review number SRDR 2023-0802 concerning individual graduation committees. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Jackson, do I have a second? Trustee Bridges, any discussion? Trustee Jackson? No. Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now we're to 11E1A, approve purchase of 40 buses. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Luebanos, any discussion? Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question if I could.
Sure, we'll call Deputy Spencer. Oh, there's a microphone actually there, sorry.
I just want to ask, all the buses that we've purchased previously, have we received all those buses?
From buses purchased earlier this year, yes. There were, I'm sorry. Thank you. From
buses purchased earlier this year, yes. There were charter buses or activity buses purchased previously in a prior fiscal year that we're still waiting to receive.
Okay, but school buses like
Yes.
these, we've received.
Regular fleet buses, yes.
All right, and same vendor?
That I am unsure of.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Please move to voting. Motion carries 7 yes, 2 no. Next item, 11E2A, approve consolidation of Wedgewood 6th grade to Wedgewood Middle School beginning with the 2024-2025 school year. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Trustee Dar, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Trustee Lynch?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that, as we look at making votes like these aren't easy votes, but as we look at kids and the best way to impact kids, one of the things that we run into with schools is not being able to offer all the services that each kid deserves in this district, and is something we consider as we make these decisions.
Thank you. Trustee Dar?
Thank you, President Rodriguez. This is a question for Kelly Spencer. What is the capacity at Wedgewood Middle School? Understand.
Capacity at Wedgewood Middle School is approximately.
It went out again when you said the number. Can you say it again?
900.
And what is the anticipated number of students that will be attending next year if Wedgewood 6th grade and Wedgewood Middle School are consolidated? Okay, say that again since it wasn't working again. It still isn't working.
She said 700.
Approximately 700. Thank you.
700. Thank you. Okay, so I guess I could have repeated that too. My apologies in that respect. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the capacity, the space is there at Wedgewood Middle School for all 3 of those grades to be in one place. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now on to 11E3A, approve entering into a job order contract for the Forest Oak 6th grade relocation project. Do I have a motion? Trustee Bridges, do I have a second? Trustee Phillips, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. Now we're on to 11E3B, approve closeout contract with Turner Source JV and authorize final payment in conjunction with the 2017 Capital Improvement Program. Do I have a motion? Trustee Dr. Ryan, do I have a second? Trustee Jackson, any discussion? Please move to voting. Motion carries unanimously. The time is 10:17 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned.